All right, y'all. What's up? I got my mojo back. Is it fully? Nah, it was mostly 70%. Decided to capitalize on the 70% of mojo. So, we gotta go all out. Gotta go all out. So 2025 is almost over. What do you have to show for it? Yeah, there is basically 20 days left until we say goodbye to this year. And I think everybody should start asking themselves if they have done enough this year. For those who are still sitting on the fence waiting for something good to happen, I hope I hope you realize now that every single good thing that can happen to you, it starts with you. It starts with your own effort, right? Your own desire, your own commitment to have a positive change. I mean, those days of long ago where somebody could see you try and then decide to give you $500,000. Yeah, I think they're gone, hey. I think they're gone because now all these oligarchs and big companies, they are betting on AI too much, even though we can all see that this thing is no different to NFTs, right? That it's gonna blow up, right? Um, AI should just be a tool to help speed things up, but it cannot be a replacement for quality work. You know, it just can't be. But at the same time, there's the strong possibility that the target market for AI slop is for Gen Alpha and younger, the upcoming generation lower than Gen Z and so on. That is very much so a possibility, but it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter because we still have to be out here uh, doing our work and actually catering to the demographics of our generation, right? Millennials, Gen X, and whatever boomers left. Um, it's really not that difficult. It's really not that difficult. At the end of the day, the demographics that has the biggest spending power right now is Gen X. Obviously, the boomers are feeling it now. You know, they had their retirement, but um, that $2 million that they've had in their pocket since 2008 or 2010, well, it's starting to dry out, right? And some boomers who never managed to save up $2 million, some of them have to go to work now and so on, right? But at the end of the day, it's still these demographics that do have a much stronger spending power, buying power than Gen Z and Gen Alpha. Some millennials are broke, like the rest of us, like me. You know, I do my best, but at the end of the day, most millennials are on a budget, on a tight budget, right? So money just ain't coming out as if it grows in our backyard. Um, we have to think twice about spending. So at the end of the day, I think most normal people are thinking twice, right? But that does not mean that they ain't got the money. They just are a bit more careful with their money now. So, um, with that said, it should be very obvious to people who pay attention that, yeah, you know what? You know what? It's not so grim that I should throw in the towel right now. Exactly. Exactly. It's not grim enough for you to throw in the towel, bro. It just isn't. What the heck? No, I hate it when I accidentally sketch on the wrong layer. Ah, damn it. Let me do this quick. Okay, that should help. There can no longer be any dependency once again on the establishments. I know it's like, bro, you're repeating yourself. I mean, how many times it's still not getting through to some people's heads, you know? And at the end of the day, whoever's gonna say, well, I'm just repeating myself, well, did you finish your work? Right? Clearly not. Clearly not. So I still gotta repeat it. I still gotta bash it over some people's heads that, look, man, leave the establishments alone. It's time you join the MANAA movement and understand that this is the future that we can build for ourselves, right? Always waiting for government handout, basically, right, from these corporations, is not going to do anything for you. You'll stay stagnant forever, right? 2025 has come and it's about to be gone right now. And how many people can actually say, I have plenty to show for it? I have plenty to show in terms of what I did in this year. Very few. Very few, man. Right? For me, I ain't playing, as you all know. I ain't playing. Now that I feel better, right? The demoralization got washed away thanks to my very own effort in getting my work done. And upon gazing at the finished work, right, I felt better. Putting it on the coffee shop. Y'all interested in coffee merch? Well, it's in the coffee shop link in the description box. Just looking at my coffee shop, I'm like, man, look at all that. I have plenty to show for what I've been doing this year. I look at some of the people around me and I'm like, yeah, you sure as heck worked hard this year at the day job. You gave it 110%, and guess what? You didn't get a raise. Guess what? You ain't gonna get a bonus. You legit have nothing to show, right? You still earn the same amount of money that you were earning last year, but it has less value because of inflation. Just think about that. There are dudes who worked extra hard this year at their day job and they knew they wouldn't get a raise. The boss just put a squeeze on it, right? And they ain't gonna get a bonus. Like one guy I work with at the bookstore, he definitely went over and beyond this year, right? He didn't take much leave days. And I'm like, damn, bro, you pushing it. And he's like, I'd rather be here than home anyway. I'm like, well, that's understandable. But at the end of the day, you don't really have anything to show for it, right? You're going to get a raise? No. Are you going to get Employee of the Month? No. And even if you did, does that mean anything? No. There was this friend of mine who visited me yesterday, and he wants to write a book, right? He wants to write a novel. He wants to write fan fiction of Harry Potter. And I'm like, okay, yeah, get started. What's taking so long? And the usual. I'm just trying to get some research and it's a bit daunting to start. I'm like, dude, look, man, we are 30 years old, bro. Look at you now, right? I mean, we both went to the same university. I mean, you didn't finish the race and it doesn't really matter. Because even if you finished it there, I finished it, well, what do I have to show for it, right? Worthless degree. So, at the end of the day, I told him, I said, dude, what do you have to show for yourself currently? Absolutely nothing, bro. But for me, I have a decade worth of work that shows that I was doing something with my life. When we turn 40, you underestimate the pain that you're going to feel, right? The pain that you're going to feel when you realize that you wasted your prime time years. You wasted the years where you were at your peak, physically and mentally. I even told him that, listen, you do underestimate just how much social media affects our brain, right? All our brains are somewhat shrinking, basically. the heck? Our brains are shrinking daily thanks to doom scrolling and whatnot, right? And I told him that by the time we are 40, you won't have the same mental capacity to focus as much as you do right now. Already our capacity to focus has decreased significantly. I understand this with myself. That's why when some of y'all ask me, are you going to do something after bloody hell? I say, well, not really. And I don't want to do anything serious after bloody hell because I know that my mental capacity to do this is going to decrease. So unless y'all start taking some drugs or something to compensate for your shrinking brain activity, you're gonna be Joe Biden by the time you're 40. You're gonna straight up be Joe Biden. And some of you who are young right now, let's say you're 21 or something, you by 30, your brain capacity will be of Joe Biden if you don't do something about it. You see, nobody can say they have time anymore. Your brain capacity is shrinking daily. Not even daily, by the hour, bro. By the hour, right? In Toriyama's book, he mentioned how Toriyama was relatively always in a good state of mind, right? Because he assessed the environment that Toriyama was drawing in at his house. And he said this is very important, and manga artists must be in a good state of mind. So you can imagine being in a hostile environment like here, having to deal with all kinds of monkey business, right? Where there's so much hostility to your peace of mind, so much hostility to your individuality, right? Because when you live in a third world hellhole, which is the whole planet at this point, your individuality is a threat to those who are around you. So they're gonna start asking you questions. Hey man, what you doing, man? Hey man, come out and play with us, man. Who you think you are, man? Type thing all the time. So y'all seriously underestimate how little time you have left. You underestimate it. In just 5 years, my brain capacity shrunk tenfold, bro. Tenfold, right? I can't concentrate and read for long hours as much as I used to be able to. And that's the same, that goes for you too. That goes for all of us. All of us. Our brains are constantly in passive mode, right? When your brain is disengaged, it gives birth to dementia, right? That's why in these days, there are more and more people becoming senile. I would say relatively early on. Because honestly, in the old days, you would consider grandpa would start getting senile at maybe 70 or 80. But now you got 60-year-olds, right? Mid-50s starting to get senile, bro. And that's because of poor brain activity. Is that what you want? Right? It's gonna happen anyway. You have to do your best to negate this poor brain activity. Luckily for me, because I'm aware of it and I jump into the fray of producing art, it does slow everything down, right? It does slow the shrinking of the brain down, but it is inevitable. So if you struggle to concentrate now, you will straight up be unable to concentrate in 10 years. Straight up unable to. And you will go to the doctor and they will classify you as whatever new BS sickness that they're gonna make up, right? And you're gonna believe them. And you're gonna say, it's not my fault. Apparently, it's hereditary. Your great grandfather had this, bro. He didn't have anything that they telling you have right now, right? They're just trying to convince you to buy their stupid pills. So once again, if I were you, I'd start right now. I'd start right now, and I foresee in 10 years many people going to the clinic, and we need to talk about the clinic. But I want to talk about the clinic with Pierce. I'm gonna have Pierce on for a special episode on Patreon, and we're gonna talk about the clinic. Now, Pierce doesn't know what the hell the clinic is, and some of y'all don't know. Only a few people know what I mean by the clinic, right? I think we should all be real and start thinking about the clinic, because yeah, the day is coming. The day is coming. But anyway, let me try to put more detail here. I did a lot today in terms of inking. I inked this page, page 8. Okay, we did this last week, but I had to add a few things here. Page 4. And I fixed this. Well, I didn't fix it. I just changed it from what it was. Much better. Much better. Where's the old one? This is the old one. Notice how it seems stiff, right? I was like, nah, man. This just ain't it. It's too stiff. That's why I haven't inked it all this time. I felt that I could do better. And I could. And so, I decided to open that leg up and make it look like this. This one was inspired by, unfortunately, an AI rendering of Run Giku. But then I was like, I'll spin it. And put my own thingy to it. And yes, once again, I am now, not now, but as I've said before, like if you are going to play around with the butterscotch, right? It has to be within context and to the character's personality. So I saw this Run Giku on Pinterest, and dude, I wonder how Kubo feels, because this is his style, but this is AI, bro. This is AI. I was like, what? When did Kubo draw this? Because I follow him on Twitter. Kubo has not drawn on paper since 2021. He hasn't. So maybe he didn't even see it. He doesn't care. He's counting his money. But that's very demoralizing. But whatever, you know. So I'm like, Irene, I haven't shown Irene in the story as being a drunk. She's not really a drunk. It's just, if she does drink too much blood, right? She doesn't drink alcohol. She drinks blood, obviously, as a vampire. She drinks a lot of it if she's stressed. Now, what's going to happen in the story? Something bad is going to happen. And for years, she's mostly been drinking animal blood, right? But there are times where she's going to drink human blood that's in the storage room. And when she does drink human blood, she gets tipsy. So once again, it's not random that I'm putting all kinds of butterscotch, right? It's actually rooted in the character's personality and tied to the story. But now that I mentioned that, it also shows me that, damn, man, there's still so many chapters left to draw before I can conclude part one of Bloody Hell. It's just insane. I wanted to conclude it at volume 6, but at this rate, it might conclude at volume 8. So that sucks. I wanted to do it sooner, but I can't. Anyway, it is what it is. I'll get it done. And then Christmas is nearly here, so I had to add Irene and Jacob here next to Lisa, right? This was the original where it was just Lisa alone, and I was like, nah, something's missing, man. It's missing some shonen friendship, comedic relief, right? It's got the cutesiness of just Lisa there, but I was like, no, we can add something else, and I decided to add Irene and Jacob in here. Irene digging into the giant, Christmas gift box over there, and Jacob's always holding a plastic bag, as if he's always coming back from the grocery store. I don't know what it is. I just like doing that. And he's holding one of those giant candy sticks, right? So this is going to be real fun. I do want to ink. What do I want to ink first? Okay, this is a bit complicated to ink today. So actually, I will ink this after I finish these pages. This one is done. Well, it's not done. So I'll render this out and render this out, and then I'll ink this, and I'll see if I do color it in, what will it look like. And then I guess this one I'll have to do it next week. But yeah, man, this one just seems so fun, bro. Like, it's just so nostalgic, actually. It's exactly what you would see in old school Jump. Now you see it in Coffee Originals. Yeah, I make myself feel better, not by smoking a blunt, but by looking at my own work. It is very nice. But anyway, let me check the comments. What's up, Ilikuda? And man, you guys have some crazy weird names, bro. DGF Shoda. Bro, please, how many volumes does Bloody Hell have? It currently has 3. Spitting facts on that, working hard on these jobs today doesn't give you anything. Not a goddamn thing, bro. Like, ain't nobody gonna pay the mortgage with their current job right now. Besides, Trump just, gave everybody 50-year mortgages. That really shows you that, yeah, they know you're never gonna pay it off. How much do you pay for Clip Studio Paint? Luckily, I don't pay a dime, because I bought the source key of this Clip Studio Paint years ago, like in 2018, before they started the bullshitting of, that you have to pay per month to use their program. It's unfair, bro. It's absolutely unfair. And if people pirate it, I can't blame them. These days, I will always do something to challenge my mind, to keep my brain healthy, like learning Japanese and working out. Yeah, that's good, man. Bloodness, what's up? I realize though that if you just challenge your brain, you do things just to challenge yourself, I don't think that's good enough, hey. I honestly don't think that's good enough. Because you can't actually trick your brain. It's like working out. I realize that if you actually want to build a great physique, you have to be intentional with building a great physique. I don't think you can convince your body to build a great physique unintentionally, where you just do things robotically and you will reap the the results that you want. And since the brain itself is a muscle, it has to be intentional what you do. And there has to be a point to it. I think if you just work out, you'll just have a functioning body, right? It won't be impressive. I think people should ask themselves, what type of body are they trying to build? Are you trying to be impressive, or are you trying to be functional, right? This was very key for me to understand, because I was like, is it even possible to look like Henry Cavill naturally? And I was like, I don't think so, unless I'm not working hard enough. But then there are a few people who can reach Henry Cavill level naturally. I don't think I'm one of those people. But at the same time, I had to be honest as to like, look, at the end of the day, it's all got to do with intensity. And intensity must be intentional, right? You need to know why you are training at that intense level, right? High volume, high frequency, and so on. It's because you're looking for an outcome, not just I look better, but you want this new physique to give you something. And I think that's what we should consider when it comes to working on our brains, right? If I just drew, right, just to keep my brain active for the hell of it, I don't think I would. I don't think I'd reap the same benefits of keeping my mind sharp, right? It means I'm not being actually intentional. When I draw as much as I do, I'm actually looking to reap serious results. I'm actually looking to reap a return of investment, something that I can be proud of, right? I'm not just trying to stay functional, brain activity wise, when I draw. I'm actually trying to get something out of it. So that's why I'm saying just doing something because you want to stay functional is fine, but just know that it's not going to be impressive. It's not going to be impressive. You most likely won't even get the results you thought you might get. So I think people gotta have that awareness. Because when you got that awareness, yeah, you're not gonna feel demoralized as to, oh man, I don't have the results that I was looking for. Yeah, of course you don't. Because you weren't training hard enough. You're not trying to get something with the results that you might get from all your training. There has to be a point bigger than just function, right? In fact, let me do this. Now this is very, very annoying. Like, good grief. I just can't position this stupid thing right. What the hell? There we go. Close enough. Oh, snap. What the hell have I done? Oh, man. I forgot to erase. Yeah, that don't make no sense. Y'all see what I did wrong, right? This part. Oh yeah, guess what, people? I think I discovered the secret to not burning your eyes if you draw digitally. I am not wearing my extra pair of glasses on top of the glasses I wear right now. And I haven't done it in almost 2 weeks right now. But I think I think the cure to um, to your eyes getting sore if you spend too much time drawing on the screen. Um, Number one, of course, don't be too close to it, but there's actually something you can drink, believe it or not, and it's turmeric. Ever since I started drinking turmeric with just room temperature water in the mornings, um, in the afternoon, and of course in the evenings, I drink it like I'm taking medicine. It has really repelled the the pain that I might get for staring at the screen. Like, I haven't experienced any eye pain ever since. So I don't know if it might work for other people, but it sure as heck has worked for me now. Y'all should try it. Damn it. I recently saw, I don't know if you all saw, Torishima has been trending. I didn't cover the story because, I mean, everybody knows my take on Torishima, but it was interesting to see what normies think of him. And he was trending recently because, well, he's been calling the new Dragon Ball store an utter disgrace, that it's ugly, it's a piece of garbage, and so on. And he's right, it is ugly and it is a piece of garbage, you know. But the amount of normies that really do tone police Torishima, like that moron for Neverworld, is just insane. It's absolutely insane. But he's been trending for that reason, and there has been some discussions about a new Dragon Ball movie, which, man, I just don't care anymore. But anyway, Torishima confirmed apparently that a new Dragon Ball movie is in the works. But then at the same time, it's like, okay, but what's it gonna be about? No details were revealed as to what it's about and who is the executive producer, because that's the key. Whoever is going to be the executive producer is the person who's gonna make or break it. And strangely enough, the producer of Dragon Ball Super Broly is the producer of Dragon Ball Superhero. Dragon Ball Super Superhero, retarded name. And he was accused of relying on nostalgia, right? Superhero giving Gohan the Super Saiyan 2 hair, but, you know, it's like 5 feet tall, absolute brain dead garbage, right? Along with the Broly idea, it was his idea, but it seems that it was all for nostalgia's sake. And when I heard that, I was like, you know what? That's interesting. Kind of proves that these people are out of ideas. And even though Toriyama was involved, come on, man. The guy butchered his own characters, right? He butchered his own characters. And I've spoken about it. The book that Torishima wrote, it exposes Toriyama as a hunchback. So, whatever, right? So I really wonder who the producer is going to be if a new movie comes out, because these people don't know what to do with the IP. It's a shame that Toyotaro was brainwashed by Toriyama to destroy or abandon Dragon Ball AF, because that was a proper continuation to to Dragon Ball GT, even though people hate it for whatever reason. They can never really tell you why they hate it. Never. Oh, it was just disappointing. Why? Why was it disappointing? What were you expecting? What did you want? Right? So, nah. These people don't know what they want. They don't know what they're talking about. But at the end of the day, the writing's on the wall. These companies, they don't know what to do with the IP. They won't let it die, right? They want to continue it, but each time they try to, they butcher everything. Which is a damn shame. Someone asked me, is the character Beowulf in the story? This is Beowulf right here. Is he gonna have any significance in terms of maybe an important role to play? Honestly, in the early stages, not really, but I was going to show what he can do, right? But now I see no need to do that. After all, I'm limiting camera time, screen time for, the other cast, because I don't feel like I need them anymore. And besides, I made it clear that if you look at My Soccer Academia, 10,000 characters, everybody gets some screen time, and we all get lost as to what's happening again, what are we doing again, who's the main villain again, type thing. So nah, I don't want that to happen here. I want to be very direct and to the point and get this thing done. Not that I'm rushing, but simply because I have a sense of urgency. Because now you know that your brain capacity and mine is crumbling by the hour. By the hour. Why do I have too many layers here? What's going on? Let's save this. Ah, rendering is taking a lot out of me than I thought. Let's see how I can position this. This part is hella tedious. This is the part white manga would pay you for to do, but we all know he ain't paying. So imagine having so-called assistance, but you still ain't getting the product out quick enough. Crazy. The city is not so visible, but that was intentional. But what I do see that needs to be done, I gotta make all of this black. Let it drag. It's gonna take too long. Energy levels draining right now. Okay, let me just do the bare minimum. I have to give only one, because technically I'm actually supposed to just draw one page a day and render one page a day. I'm not supposed to draw ink multiple pages a day, because that'll drain all my energy levels even for tomorrow. So I am going over and beyond here at an unsustainable pace. So I need to slow down. some comments. Black One says, I think that was a gem you gave Comic-Con about adding workouts to his content. It might have eventually made more sense to him as he progressed. It's sad one can be dismissive to productive advice. Yeah, that is pretty disappointing. But oh well. Maybe he'll change his mind down the line. What about blue screen? Oh, the glasses I wear do have blue screen protection already, but they're not good enough. And so I wear other glasses that have more blue screen protection. But that's actually not a good thing. You're not supposed to do that. So it's fine as I am now with the turmeric. It's helpful. It's fine. How would you see Weekly Shonen Jump when One Piece ends? I'll just say it won't exist anymore. It won't exist anymore. The power, it will cause such a massive power vacuum in the Japanese manga industry. And honestly, it's a sad thing, but a lot of slop is going to compete to fill that power vacuum. And One Piece is not what it used to be anyway, right? I'm gonna look at that one tweet. There's like a bunch of Japanese people going crazy on it. Let's see. Tomorrow I'm going to climb another mountaintop. I haven't been to this mountaintop. So if I make it down without breaking a leg, I'm gonna make a video for Patreon, of course. Looking at that, what the Japanese are saying about One Piece, that it's a disgrace right now. But anyway, when it ends, Jump won't have the same power it has. I bet you instead, they will try to convince Oda, all the OG Jump creators, right? The big three guys, that please create a spin-off of the series, because if all three are gone, right, there is no hope for Shonen Jump to stay at the very top. I think Kodansha will just naturally just do better. The Kodansha Shonen magazine, the one where Fairy Tail's published in, or was published in, but you know, it doesn't have the same impact as the Shonen Jump titles. Which do you prefer, old Broly or current Broly? Old Broly all the way. I did a video on it last year on Patreon about it, that old Broly was intentional. He was a psychopath, and he was suffering from dementia because his father put, you know, a controlling device on his head to control his brain. But the guy was naturally a psycho, and the root of his psychotic behavior obviously comes from being stabbed as a baby and thrown in the gutter, right? And psychologically speaking, his disdain for Kakarot is because he, as a kid, he tied that trauma to the one voice he kept hearing the most, which was Kakarot crying as a baby. A lot of people have said that's absolutely profoundly retarded, but it's actually not. It's actually not. It makes sense if you look at it from a psychology point of view. Old Broly was just proper, bro. He was a true murderer. New Broly, unfortunately, is just a man-child. Straight up man-child, underdeveloped, just a sporadic, crazy man, you know, attacking anything and everything in sight. The way Goku and Vegeta just lured him to attack Frieza, and then he started attacking Whis. It shows that he has no self-awareness, and that's not cool, bro. He's just a psychopath. No, I mean, not a psychopath. He's just a broken man-child who had to be lullabied by that green woman, right? So I don't like New Broly at all. His design is cool, but it's not cooler than the original Broly. It's just not. From your experience, what would you rate professionalism in indie comic space, 1 to 10? one. Straight up give it a one, bro. Like, nobody's professional in the indie comic space whatsoever. Hey, I tried to be, and I was treated, how I was treated. So I was like, oh well, it is what it is. Then I'm also gonna be out here hooping and hollering, but with sense, right? They there are no rules in the indie comic space at all. There is no establishment regulating behavior or an established policy for behavior. There isn't that at all. So people can act however they want. They can be a complete douchebag like Ethan Van Sciver. In fact, somebody just made a video explaining how Ethan ruined the comic book industry. And I gotta say, it's not detailed enough. It's rather shallow. The guy doesn't fully know what he's talking about. Ethan definitely ruined everything for the indie comic space. He's just a giant toad of a monster that got his way for too long. The little good that he has done, like help other people get six figures, yeah, it's only his friends, right? At the cost of everybody else. It was all a psyop, so nah. Professionalism in this space, there isn't any. Speed Freak, what's up? Regarding the story, it'll be released in the fall of next year since this first chapter. Sido, what are you talking about? Talking about your thing? Okay. I'm missing out on this live stream because I gotta be at this dry cleaning job. I guess I'll watch the replay. Yeah, man, you go ahead and watch the replay. You'll go ahead and watch the replay. There's not much talking in this one though. I am focusing, trying to render as much as I can, and then ink the other wallpaper. But anyway, here is some cool news that I won't fully disclose what it is. Hopefully, either in February or March, something awesome will be completed. That's going to change everything. It's going to change everything. And that's going to be really, really cool, y'all. So, I can't say it now. I gotta wait until half the project is done, at least. And then I can most likely make the announcement. It's gonna be so cool. I'm taking over 2026. I'm taking over, bro. MANAA is taking over. Did anyone read the latest chapter of Gachi Akuda? I gotta say, it was really good aesthetically wise, narrative wise. Man, I am so sorry, but it's still just it's trying too hard. It ain't working. But anyway, aesthetic wise, man, this woman is incredible at art, man. Like she just keeps getting better and better and better. The first transformation has finally happened in Gachi Akuda. Truly the most shonen thing ever, and the design was just so epic. Rudo, the main character, turning into a mad dog in a way by merging his body with an item that he's wearing. It's just so cool, really cool. But the explanation as to like, oh, this weird random character all of a sudden he speaks words of positivity that gives people real power. I'm like, shut the hell up. What is this? Like, you really ruined everything by explaining how this power was activated. It was so lame because this new character introduced, despite the backstory given, you just don't care, bro. You're like, what is this? Like it's a sob story, a forced sob story. And I'm like, this is the problem with the creator of Gachi Akuda or new writers in general. Just because you can explain something very well doesn't mean it's gonna make people care. It just doesn't. So I think that's what she doesn't understand. She thinks, oh, because I can explain very well this, it's going to be able to build care amongst the readers. Like, no, that's not how it works. How you build care amongst the readers is through longevity. And over time, readers build a relationship with the characters. And this new character that just showed out of nowhere, that only had like 5 chapters of backstory, that is not enough for us to care. And the worst part is, they show up out of nowhere, and you think a backstory can make us care about that character. Nah, it just don't work like that. But that's just more evidence that, these editors of today, they don't know what the hell they're doing, bro. Somebody should have told her that no, you can't make people care just because you explained something very well. Just because you illustrated everything perfectly. So what? We don't care, right? And so Rudo's power up being tied to a random character that came out of nowhere, and the villain of the day, the current villain in Gachi Akuda right now, the design is incredibly monstrous in a good way, right? Like very intimidating, but at the same time, it's at a surface level. You tell yourself, oh yeah, this is very intimidating at a design sense, but the character himself, the villain himself, he's not the main villain, he's not the coolest villain, he is by far the least cool villain ever. His power up, he gets a cool design and it's very creepy, but because he still doesn't present enough of a threat, he doesn't feel threatening, he just looks threatening. And I'm like, yeah, this is the sucky part about Gachi Akuda. Things just happen. It's coordinated randomness. And there's an expectation from us, the reader, to care, to feel the stakes involved. Because you show us the stakes doesn't mean we want to feel them. We don't feel them because it's random, right? It's random. Like, so far, I don't recall someone actually winning a full fight in Gachi Akuda. I don't recall somebody winning a full fight. Like, this is a straight duel, and we're gonna fight, and the winner stays alive, right? They've had just little scuffles since the beginning. And if there was, like, the only fights they would, like, win for real a fight against trash beasts, right? So I don't consider that interesting at all because you're literally just fighting a monster that has no conscious awareness of itself, know what it's doing. And even though it's difficult to defeat, that doesn't mean I'm gonna care nor remember what was actually going on in that fight as you were trying to defeat the monster of the day. It's just lame, bro. It's just lame, and it's quite a letdown, really. Kachiyakuda is all art, all drip, no story. Very sad. I keep going back to it because of the art. Incredible as hell, but nothing else, no substance. Each time I try to remember the rendering style and implement it in my own work, I mean, it is thanks to Gachi Akuda that I actually even render eyebrows and eyelashes the way I do, right? But there are certain things like the 3D effect of, let's say, the eye, the iris, that whenever I try to do it, I don't actually feel comfortable doing it because now I'm changing the style, my style completely, right? So it just ends up not working. So I'll take what I can from it and do it my way. What's the end of my song? I read the latest chapter of One Piece and it was an unpolished mess. This is unnerving to the readers. You can literally see the sketch marks on the latest chapter. It really is unfortunate. Tell me about it, bro. Oda's old. He should have retired right now. I get it. The guy, if he actually wants to keep drawing, he should draw monthly. He shouldn't be doing it weekly because this is a disgrace, honestly. With backstories, I think it always works better when we spend some time with characters and build questions based on their actions throughout a couple of chapters before a backstory drop. Exactly. I mean, I would say that's common sense. So I don't know why the Gachi Akuda artist just doesn't realize that, but oh well. If the manga's only selling point is its art, then you've lost me from the jump. Yeah. Like, I honestly wouldn't recommend anyone to read Gachi Akuda if they're looking for a story. It had good ideas, but just were left to the wayside. She didn't know how to carry those ideas forward. So, oh well. Okay, glad it wasn't me who had the problem of Gachi Akuda of just having skirmishes fights and just dip into the next plot. Yeah, it's very annoying, bro. So basically, get the readers to care enough about them to want a backstory. Exactly. I mean, Gachi Akuda did have a great start, but the best way I can describe it, it slowly turned into a standard anime. Basically. There's no substance to it. Nothing deep. It can, like, present some deep ideas, but it doesn't carry them. It will just present it and then off to the next thing. So that's not good enough. That's not good enough. Damn, I just realized I got ripped off in something. Oh boy. And I got ripped off by somebody I trust. Yeah, unreal. Okay. I'm not gonna ink this today. Another time. Gotta ink this. But first, let's add what I gotta add. rendering. I'm not complaining. It's the most fun part. Actually, it's the second most fun part. Um, the number one is adding the dialogue, which can take hours just to think of what the character should say. It takes hours, but that part is fun. Oh, young, bro. You know it's hard to say your name. Let's just call you Dynasty 24. What's up, man? Thank you for the donation the other time. I really appreciate it. You are number one, man. I really appreciate it. Sato says, oh, I already read that. Now I do have this one question. I know you only focus on serialized series, but if you were to write more series, how would you go about it? What do you mean, bro? Because I'm reading this and you said, I know you focus on serialized series, but if you were to write a more series, how would you go about it? I don't know what you mean by that. Can you ask that again? I think you phrased it wrong. Are you asking how would I write a new series? Because I'm not quite sure what you mean. Unfortunately, people will hype anything up if it only has good or mind-blowing art. Manga is a visual storytelling medium, not a showcase of art. You're doing it wrong if there's no story to tell. Exactly. Even generally, I think all kinds of art and painting hit harder with some sort of message behind them. It's just way cooler that way. Yeah, totally. Something absolutely vain, right? The vanity of it all. It's pointless. It's absolutely pointless. You can throw it in the trash. I think Solo Leveling winning Anime of the Year over Frien or whatever Diaries is a testament to this. So many quality shows, but eyes were stuck on one that shoots you up with dopamine. It's sad, bro. Personally, Freynin is like the most basic thing in the universe. It's boring if you ask me. It's absolutely boring. Even the character designs are not appealing. They're just basic. So the fact that the top 5 or top 3, those were the contenders, yeah, it shows how far we've fallen. Yeah, I only hear about solo leveling, aura farming, and fights. I once saw one retard in the comments of a different video saying, he said it with such pride, I only watch anime for the fights, that's all I care about. And I'm like, damn, what a complete idiot. But he's telling the truth, you know. Looking like a certain vamp, almost god, is ish rocked. Pretty much. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna keep pushing this movement until the end of time. Well, until I'm gone. I meant to say episodic series. Oh. Well, writing an episodic series is easy, bro. I mean, we grew up watching episodic cartoons. I could do that so easily, it's not even funny. The thing is, if I were to explain to you how I would go about it, well, it's hard to explain, but it shouldn't be difficult. Basically, I'll make the example of Fillmore because on my TV right now, Fillmore's playing. If you don't know what Fillmore is, it's a Disney cartoon that was on the Disney Channel in the early 2000s. And it's about a detective in primary school, not even high school. They are all like middle schoolers, I guess. They are maybe 12, 13, right? And the plot is about this guy called Fillmore, and him and his partner work for the school department that deals with investigating mischief that other kids are guilty of that they commit on campus. So each episode they solving a new case, right? That's how you go about it. You just tell the people what the story, what the plot is. It's about a guy solving cases at primary school, and then that's it. One episode is this case, the other episode is a different case, and on and on and on it can go. Same thing like Ben 10 in a way, the original. It's just a kid who found an alien watch that lets him turn into an alien, and he has to fight all the aliens that come try to get the watch from him, right? It did have a bigger conclusion in mind because of the bigger villain Vilgax, which is what made it even more interesting, because at the back of your mind you knew that this is a type of story that will have an end, right? Because Vilgax is there, he's the main villain. But Fillmore never had a main villain. It could go on forever, but it only had 2 seasons, which I think it's good enough, honestly. There's also a cartoon called My Life as a Teenage Robot. XJ9 is the main character. She's a robot and she's trying to live life as a teenage girl in high school. And she also has to save the day from random monsters attacking the city. Each episode is something different. You know, she's either dealing with trying to go to prom as a robot, or she's trying to get attention from another superhero robot, or she has to deal with weird stuff happening at school. You know, it's fairly simple to do, to be honest. That's how you go about it. Yeah, I know some they only put on the screen when they see fights and put it off when characters are talking. I'm just shaking my head. That is nuts, bro. That is legit scrambled brain vegetable action, bro. That's a straight up vegetable. Like you're gonna switch off the screen or switch off the audio or look away when the characters are talking. That's a damn vegetable, bro. That is actually a walking hazard. Such an individual should not be allowed to walk the street. They belong in prison. Like, no way, bro. Sorry, I'm on my phone right now. It's kind of hard for me to type. Okay. Freinen is a slow burn. Its biggest weakness to me is how it goes about expressing the characters. They come off as boring at first glance, but they are well written actually. Story has meaning too. Well, if you say so, man. That slow burn is exactly what I don't have time for. Because I understand the world we live in, people's attention span getting vaporized by the second. Just get to the point and let us know what your character wants to do. In the first chapter. In the first page even. Like, it's not difficult. Ain't nobody got time to wait for something to get good. It doesn't have to be a fight that makes it good. It can be what the character wants to do. If it's something you can rally behind, that's it. Don't know why these authors don't think that. The OG Ben 10 was the truth, absolutely. Just feels like something not catered to younger audiences for some reason. That's the drawback. Oh well. The so-called young audience right now is a bunch of corrupt little girls and little boys who have seen everything on Pornhub already by the time they are 12. Fried in the brain beyond recognition. So it's quite disastrous situation we find ourselves in. So what ifs? Oh, by the way, thank you to everybody who has bought the coffee gear thus far. I think there's now, yeah, there's quite a few sales. So thank you kindly. Don't forget to send a picture um, of what you got, since I can't get it as of yet. So that'd be cool. Almost there. Oh boy. Full speed ahead. See the look, y'all. Look at all the negative space. Look at the negative space up in here and how well balanced it is. Aside from the contrast, right? Now I do add gray tones, but obviously. But I'm sure you've heard me before say in many reviews that, hey, you're putting too much gray tones. My one just fits. It's not too much, it's not too little, it's actually just applicable, right? And sometimes when people do put too much, they also put too much black, where at the end of the day, there is not much contrast or there isn't a proper use of negative space. But there is such a very good use of negative space over here. And looking at it as a double spread like this, I'm sure you can feel it, the atmospheric ambiance that evokes or comes through when you're looking at it. And that's really cool, you know. I like that. I like that very much. Bloody Hell might have a shonen style in how I draw the characters, but with my use of screen tones, the way I use it, right, it gives it a layer of maturity where you're not just going to think, oh, it's another generic shonen, but it makes you feel different. Now, in the beginning, of course, like say all of volume 1, but like by the middle of volume 2, not only is there a big boost in quality, but now I'm actually implementing this ambiance. And I would say it's something I always could have done, but I suppose just discovered now, or tried to do it now, that actually made everything look a lot better. Usually you don't shade chibis, but in this instance, I'm doing so. Still not done. Let me read some comments. Have you seen cartoons such as Gravity Falls, Steven Universe, or Star vs. the Forces of Evil? I saw those, but I could never get into it, bro. Gravity Falls, I was like, huh? I was too old by then. I was too old and I just couldn't care. Steven Universe seemed interesting, but a fat kid running around, I was not inspired, you know, and I was too old by then too. Star versus the Forces of Evil, I don't know that one. Those cartoons are more serialized. They're pretty ugly though. There we go. Your words, not mine. They are pretty ugly. Thank you. That's precisely why I couldn't get into it, really. They are ugly, bro. They're ugly. Steven Universe, he's a fat kid. I grew up as a fat kid, bro. My diet was flipping KFC and fried dough. Don't ask me why. You know, you're gonna have to ask my mother. So growing up as a fat kid, I never felt confident at all in anything, no matter, even if I was good at anything at all, like now. So Steven Universe being like this 2,000-pound baby whale, I'm like, huh? What is this? I'm out. I just couldn't. Also, regular show, honestly, I could not get into it. It had this weird humor that didn't appeal to me. So yeah, those cartoons just were not it. Gonna play devil's advocate here. While I would agree with you about pacing, I think it depends on what kind of story you're trying to tell. Yeah, of course. For Freynin, at least, I think it wouldn't make sense because the main conflict of the story was already resolved. Yeah, I heard that. It does suck that most people's attention span are deteriorating to that of a goldfish. The thing is, um, even though the main problem was resolved, there's still a way to actually um, give a sense of urgency in the story. There's still a way, right? Um, I know how I could have fixed it or made it a bit more not fast paced, but just get to the point. So yeah, okay, you go into Japanese class, cool, and pump iron, cool, man. Um, Definitely gotta get some of the gear. Yeah, bro, get some. I have my headphones in. I'm still here. Sorry if I'm not responding in time. It's cool, you know. We're all concentrating here. Y'all just hearing the music and the sounds of the pen, if you can hear it. So we're all concentrating. We're all at work. Question about screen tones. What is the best visual DPI for the dots? Sometimes I'll look at my tablet and my tones look nice. Then I look at my phone and it won't look the same. For me, what I noticed was 300 DPI is the best. Because if you use 350 or higher than that, 350 and higher, it looks real bad. Right? It looks real bad. The dots are so, what's the word? It's like the whole image is trying to capture each dot, right? It's trying to capture each dot in maximum resolution. But if you use 300 DPI, it captures the essential dots, thus solidifying the shape of the actual whatever that you used for screen tones. So if you were creating a cloud or a tree using screen tones with 300 DPI, the shape of it will be more clear to the viewer in comparison to if you use 350 or 600 DPI. The shape will not be as clear. What you're going to see is actually all the dots. You're gonna see all the dots combining into a shape, if that makes any sense, instead of you just seeing a tree that was done with screen tones. You're going to see screen tones that's trying to look like a tree. So yeah, that's what I recommend. Use 300 DPI now. I want it to look good on paper at the end of the day, if it's ever printed. Yeah, 300 DPI, talking from experience, it's good enough. Trust me, it's just right. It's just right, bro. Others can want to go higher for the sake of paper. It depends on the paper quality as well. It depends where you even print the thing as well. So, you know, there's a lot of factors that go into it. But all I can say now, with all this printing stuff that I've seen thus far, every printer is going to make a mistake. Even if you pay top dollar. Even Amazon will make a mistake. They're notorious for it. But even Ingram, bunch of mistakes. So you're left with, you can't get the perfect product because relying on Amazon or Ingram, they're gonna make mistakes. They made mistakes with my stuff, right? Your best bet is in-house, but that's too expensive. So, looks amazing, brings out the look, makes it pop out more. That's right, that's right. Just gotta add one more thing, and then I'm gonna ink Charlotte over here. This should be fun. And I'll ink this. This should be really fun too next week. Okay, today's the 10th. Christmas is in 15 days. Okay, yeah. I'll be long done before then. This is gonna be so cool, man. Um, this one is the type you print on gift cards, right? Let's say you buy your little brother something, and you have a bloody hell Christmas gift card thing like this, and he's gonna be like, "That's so cool, bro. What is that?" Oh, you know, Jimmy, it's bloody hell. Really? I want to check it out. Okay, let me buy you a T-shirt too on the from the coffee shop. Awesome. And just like that, Merry Christmas. Everybody gonna have a good time. Okay, let's finish this off and jump to Charlotte. I wonder what the hunchbacks are doing right now in their little lair of hate. Probably hating, as usual. All right. Let me just add where the speech bubbles will go. I'm not quite sure how much dialogue I'm going to add here. Initially, I wanted it to be a lot, but we'll see. You know, where you put the speech bubbles is a an art form in its own right. If you look at Seven Deadly Sins, the way the author places his speech bubbles is very interesting. It's not random. If you look at Berserk, the way the speech bubbles are placed in Berserk is honestly uninteresting at all. It works, but very uninteresting. Even the shape of the speech bubbles are just, they are just speech bubbles. And even though I use presets for mine, there's this neatness about them, right? There's this neatness about them that I like very much. That's why I use the preset ones. In Berserk, it's definitely drawn in there, right? It almost feels like an American comic book, the way the speech bubbles are done in Berserk. But oh well, to each their own. You gotta figure out how you want to use your speech bubbles and how to place them. Now, for me, I don't even follow the Seven Deadly Sins example of speech bubbles. I don't, because, well, even though I borrow its style in illustrating some of the characters in panel layout, it's me and the Seven Deadly Sins guy just too different. So actually, the way Bleach places its speech bubbles, I try to borrow from Bleach actually a little bit, but I can't really tell you completely where I get my full inspiration for how I use my speech bubbles currently. But I like how neat they look. Really like it. Let's put the speech bubble tail. This one is too... If it's here, it doesn't feel right. If it's here, it's okay. I mean, it leads your eye very well, right? Because you got the first one where Beowulf is talking, and then Allison, and on and on. It just works, so I'll just leave it as is. Bring this a bit lower. I'm not quite sure who ought to be. I think I don't need this speech bubble. Bye. And there we go. All right. I usually do dialogue dead last, especially if I'm behind on my own schedule. Like right now, very behind. Very behind because of the demoralization. But I'm back on the horse, and it's fine. I'm trying to see if I can add more lines. If I don't need more lines, but I'm just trying to see if I do add more lines here and there, like his hair. Can you feel the sense of movement in the whole page actually? Like you can feel that they are on top of a balcony high above ground. Um, and part of the way I execute that is putting all the little debris around, like the little leaves flying around and so on. It just gives this, once again, this atmospheric feeling. And a sense of movement. It's very cool. Okay, that is officially it for this page. We are done, and for page 4, yeah, I would say it's also done. Because here, we know what happened prior to this page. Somebody got zapped. Somebody got hit by lightning in the face, right? So when I put the dialogue here, it's gonna be interesting. Let me just add some black here. Some black here too. And okay. Now, how many pages have I inked officially? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Literally half. Oh my goodness. I'm halfway done. You gotta be joking. Hopefully I can, yeah, tomorrow when I come back from the mountain, I should be able to ink another 2 pages at least. And at least they aren't too difficult. There's that, but there's one page where I have to still draw something. But oh well. Let's open this again. Gotta add the dialogue here. But yeah, everything's coming out just fine. So far, my favorite page, funny enough, I thought my favorite page would be the one where Ivory is thinking about the great Leviathan monster, like this one. I thought this would be my favorite page, but not anymore. My favorite page now is actually this one. I suppose it's because of all the negative space that I executed well here. Let's see. Yeah, it is my favorite so far. We'll see. Because when I ink this one page where I can't show it on YouTube, that one might be, no, wait, that's gonna have a lot of black as well, so it probably won't be my favorite. The last page that has Arthur and the little boy, we'll see how that one comes out. Mm, hmm. Let me just quickly do something with this. I'm procrastinating now from inking Charlotte. Uh, yeah, I think I'll ink this tomorrow. Save. Out. 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 Oh, this was still here. Ink this next week. Man, looking at this really, it actually makes me happy. This actually makes me happy, y'all. This is an insane feeling, I tell you. This is happiness I didn't have to spend a single dollar for. This is nuts. This is nuts, bro. Man. This is crazy. These three are a happy family. Oh boy, it's gonna be a disaster then. Oh, it will happen much later in the story. But wow. I'm glad though that in volume 3 I did show how grateful Jacob actually is for the friends that he has. So, and it's gonna mean a lot because, and it already does mean a lot because since the beginning the guy has been through the ringer type thing. So, I like it. I like it. Mm-mm-mm. Anyway, I'll close this now. And this. And let's ink some Charlotte, shall we? I can get rid of this now. These layers. What is this? Decrease there. Let's go. Dynasty 24 says that background looks smooth and the depth in the picture. Glad you can feel the depth, bro. That's what it's about, you know. You filling out the page, I can appreciate the technique. Exactly. We want those who are artists to actually appreciate the effort that you put in your art. But that's not the only thing that you put in your art. That's not the only effort you put in your product. You also put effort in the story itself. So, yeah. Okay, Charlotte. It's time to get your little hussy behind all inked up. I wonder what colored dress she should wear. Initially, I wanted it to be black, but oh well, we'll see. Here goes. I am intimidated. It's like, dude, why? Because if you manage to sketch something out the way you want, you really don't want to make the mistake of inking it badly. But that usually happens if you're inking traditionally. Because if you're inking digitally, you can always fix it much easier than traditional. Let's go. I kind of forgot what Charlotte's eyelashes look like. Let me open volume 3 in my hand and look at it. Oh, yeah, I was dead wrong. Whoops. Her eyelashes don't look like that. They look like this. That was close. Consistency, y'all. It's minor things. I already jacked up the way Alex's sideburns look. Um, I always think I can remember every detail about every character, but I can't, clearly. Hmm. What the? Sometimes I wonder, should Charlotte have like big earrings? Um, But then again, this part of her hair always covers everything. So, oh well. For those wondering, what is this thing um, that Irene, Charlotte, and even Lisa have on their head? What is this thing? What is it actually called in real life? A hair bob? What if I don't? I actually don't know. But what it is tied to what what vampires actually are. Um, but I don't think I'll even explain that in the story. To be honest, I'll just show it without explaining it, and people would have to fill in the blanks for themselves. And be like, oh, that's interesting. There is a technique like most manga artists use, but I'll reference Berserk really. That when there's overlapping like this, these lines is they never use solid lines. It's hard to do. It's hard to do right. Because that is not right. But if you can do it right, it looks so right. Like in fact, right here. There we go. Y'all are gonna be stealing my techniques if you watch carefully. But we all steal from somebody. I know where I stole this from. As to what is Charlotte sitting on, I have no idea, man. I actually wanted it to be a giant ball, um, like she's sitting on the moon, but we'll see. After all, Dracula's on the moon. I used to think it was pointless to draw multiple covers like this, um, until Coffee Originals, of course. But still, a part of me was like, nah, is there really a need? Well, not really, but it's a good thing to do. Like when I discover Berserk artwork outside the manga, man, I save it. I'm like, man, look at this. You know, the covers are able to. It depends what's on the cover, but in general, capture a bit of the personalities of certain characters outside the script, which is actually interesting and good to do. So there's value in doing covers. Just make sure the covers are not generic, where it's just a cover for the sake of it. Nah. You actually gotta feel something. It actually has to feel like an artwork. Like the Yu-Gi-Oh covers. The Yu-Gi-Oh art book, which I don't have, man, every drawing in there is a work of art. It's special, it's deep, it's something to behold, So if you're gonna do covers, try to have that in mind when doing it. I actually have something new to look forward to now. Man, there's nothing better than being able to do something that you can look forward to, which is February or March next year. Something is coming. Something good. Something everybody wants. Something everybody wants to be a part of. Y'all gonna see it. Y'all gonna see it. It's pretty interesting how people in Comicsgate always need always need you to give them money so they can produce their comic. Rather insane, if you ask me. Like, I started this thing when nobody sent $1, right? Now the dollars are coming. Hooray, thank you kindly. But the motivation wasn't the dollar. It was just something that had to come out. But I don't know if anyone remembers that one video I made maybe 2023 where I was like, bloody hell was used as a tool to get over some trauma. But now that I got over the trauma, is there a need to keep the story going? Should I just do something else? I'm glad I kept the story going. I'm glad I did. I did get over the trauma, but I was like, there's still value in it. See it through to the end and add new things that you've learned now. And so it was. Man, I don't know what's going on with this dress, y'all. Uh, it looks fine in its sketched form, but now I'm like, what is going on here? I wonder if I should make these sharp. Yeah, definitely. almost done. You could even make an art book of these illustrations. Yeah, there's actually plans to make an art book. It was Young Wavy's idea. But he's like, I need 50 illustrations. I don't know how many I have, but I know I have a bunch. I don't think it reaches 50, but I'm close. I'm getting there. And when I do reach 50, yeah, I am going to make that art book. And I want to put notes in there. I want to put information about the characters. I want to make an art book I would be happy to have myself. I'm never going to create anything I wouldn't read, anything I wouldn't want. No way. Because if I was that type of person, I would have been using AI by now. You know? So I ain't just trying to sell product to make easy money. I want people to cherish what I do as I cherish it, you know? So you gotta treat your characters and the craft with some respect. These dudes who are out here trying to get serialized 24/7, man, that's precious life energy that you are like spending on something that could be canceled at the drop of a hat for no reason. No reason. And then they make an anime out of it. But you got canceled. Make that make sense. Anyways, we are done here. Let me just get my little brush. I know if I were to post this on Twitter, um, it's definitely gonna go to the Gooner algorithm, which is gonna be just fine for me, because they might think it's just normal Gooner stuff, but then it's like, wait, there's a story here? Awesome. Which I won't do now. I have to finalize things for the bloody hell omnibus first. Once that's finalized, the amount of marketing with all this recent artwork should give me a boost um, in the algorithm. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Something's missing. Oh, the dress over here. I don't know why, but um, it just looks so right putting chokers on Irene or Charlotte. I think most of the vampire females who have black hair, the chokers always look cool because of that gothic element. Speaking of which, that reminds me of the gothic elements I should try to add here. Seeing how, I'm sure everybody knows this already, Charlotte is a blaster, but she can't really manipulate. She can't manipulate the shape of things. What gothic element can I add here? Some gothic aesthetic. Usually there are crosses. Oh, I know. Because for those who actually paid attention, when I showed pages of chapter 26 or 25, the abyss symbol is actually an upside down cross. And I think if it were here, it's an upside down cross. Because, you know, it's anti-life in a way. Not really, but that's, yeah. You know, most goth girls have skulls, crosses, stars, a crescent moon here. I wanted her to be sitting like on the moon, but you wouldn't know she's sitting on the moon. I'll figure that out later. I just gotta add some line weight now. Whoa. McDonald's just releases an AI generated Christmas ad. Niggas saying they stayed up all night typing. Of course, bad reception. Whole production team already getting replaced. Damn, spent the whole night typing. Yeah, that's bad. I saw the Coca-Cola ad as well. Um, it's over. It's totally over. Um, I feel bad. Do I? A little bit for those who were working there at McDonald's. A lot of supermodels who were, used as sellers of eating the burger and so on, they're going to be out of a job. It's a catastrophe, you know. It's an absolute catastrophe. Um, yeah, man, it's tough. Even though AI is soulless and terrible, these companies, they don't care. Uh, but honestly, I wouldn't be discouraged. I would not be discouraged. You don't work there, right? They didn't take your job. Not yet, I guess. But, bro, it is what it is, hey. If we all just live life feeling bad about what's about to happen, well, it's not like there's anything we can do about it, right? So do what you can. Enjoy the little bit that you have access to, okay? Um, Here we are in a unique situation because creating a story like this, eventually people will be sick and tired of AI generated Superman. They will look for something new. They will. Everything falls apart eventually and something new starts again. That's how it's always been. These freaks at the top, they can't change the code of reality. They have so much money they think they can buy new code, a new source code for reality. You can't. You can only delay the inevitable. But they too will fall apart eventually. All their plans will be smashed to pieces. Simply because they will die out, you know. They're retarded children who are so entitled, spoiled, and doesn't know how the world actually works. One of them will like, maybe we should show a little bit of more compassion. And then just like that, the gates are opened for, the rest of us if we're still alive. Either way, man, it doesn't bother me anymore. It is what it is. I'm not demoralized about it. I know what I'm doing. I know what I want. And I'm gonna focus on that. And I'm gonna build what I can build while there's still time, you know. Too bad for the McDonald's people. Sorry. Let me open a new layer. Oh yeah, Charlotte has a tattoo of the family crest on her arm. Oh, and it's the right shoulder here. I remember watching an interview of Kishimoto when he was drawing, and he picked up one of his volumes to look for reference. I think he was drawing Jiraiya or something. And I'm doing the same thing. So I was like, yeah, I am Kishimoto. Not, obviously not, but I'm actually doing what he was doing. Working on his craft, looking at his own work for reference. That was me in high school observing him. And now I'm doing what he was doing. Yes, I don't have $30 million, but it's fine. Can you imagine? I'm consistent without the $30 million. how much more lethal would I be if I had the $30 million? I'd be unstoppable, right? So I'll get it one day, hopefully. All right, the lines came out real nice. But the dress still kind of doesn't make much sense, honestly. But hey, that's how you know a human being did it. And I'm okay with that. It's like, man, the dress don't make much sense. How is it connect? I don't know, bro. But it looks cool. I wonder if these little strings should be red. Actually, they should. They should be red. Should her nails be black? Ideally, you want them to be red. But we'll see. I'll play around with it. Now let's get to the real, well, one of the most fun parts, which is adding all the black where it needs to be. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 4, 5, 6. That is all the black, actually. And that ain't enough for me. It ain't enough. I need more black over here for the sake of stronger contrast. If I put it here like so, yeah, it actually works well. Put it there. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Happy accident. This looks nice. This looks real nice. For, you know, just a straight up cover. But it wasn't my intention. You can always appreciate a happy accident though. I need to apply a certain amount of black in certain places, like here. There we go. And here too. Put some line weight here. I wonder if how many guys have. I mean, this isn't a fetish or anything, but there's a certain way you draw female knees, and I just can't. The best knees I've seen that have ever been illustrated has always been from American comic book artists. The way they draw the female knee is just so interesting. It's so delicate. you know? And I'm like, how do they do that? Right? I've always tried to simplify how they draw the female knee. And well, I'm okay with the way I do it now, but sometimes I'm like, maybe you should do an actual proper study how to enhance that kneecap, right? Like, it's so interesting the way they do it, bro. Like, it's super delicate. I'm like, damn, man, how are you gonna make a kneecap look like that? So weird. It's just something I noticed. In fact, let me have a look at Berserk real quick. Let me see one part here, how of Casca's knee. How did Kentaro draw the knee? Oh, darn. Well, I can't. I thought I would see the actual knee in this chapter. I'm seeing literally everything else but her knee in the adequate camera angle. Like, everything else is like hanging out except her damn knee. Like, Kentaro, what in the hell, bro? Why aren't you showing us Casca's knee, man? I'm seeing Griffith's flipping mushroom sack over there, but I ain't seen Casca's knee. Oh, there it is. Oh, her hand is covering it on all three panels. How are you gonna block Casca's knee, Kentaro, and show me Griffith's mushroom hanging out? Oh my goodness. That just ain't right. Come on. Next page. There it is. That took a while. Okay, yeah, nah, Kentaro's knee just ain't as delicate. Just ain't delicate at all. Right? It just ain't delicate. The American comic book artists of old, they are the kings of kneecaps. Yeah, finally I'm seeing her knee again. Nope, just ain't it. Just ain't it. Oh well, but my knees look better than Casca's knees. They look better than Kentaro's knee illustration. So, hooray! Good for me. I can draw better kneecaps, or more appealing kneecaps for females than Kentaro. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That's a win, Kentaro. Even though he's gone. Which sucks. It sucks real bad. Okay. What else do I need to add here? I wonder if that brush, it looks applicable. Okay. Come on, you stupid brush. Why aren't you brushing right? Damn it. Okay, time for some coloring action. Now, if I were to color this in the same way I colored in the Lisa illustration where she's in the mirror, I don't know what color. I don't know what color I should use. Warm colors, cool colors. Definitely with vampires, I prefer using cool colors. But I use the cool color for Lisa, and she's supposed to be the softest and squishiest of every female character here. But Ellison is a contender for soft and squishiness. Okay. What the? Let's see if I just apply the flats. Because I didn't know how I should color her in. She's supposed to be more pale than Irene, because she pretty much lives in the night realm. And try to add the red on the string. Okay, not bad. Gotta go manual. might have to make the string black after all. We'll see. Yeah, this is just making it too generic for me. But I know what to do if I ain't feeling it. Let's see if I add the eyeshadow here. Hmm. Yeah, the red really makes her feel too generic, like a generic hussy. Nah, I ain't gonna use the red. Billionaire Company, by the way, watch the freaks at the top crying again for authenticity. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Mm, let's put some shadow. When in doubt, just use black and white. It just looks so much better without color. Oh boy. Anyway, let's add the shadow. Okay. Hmm. Kind of, kind of. I don't need to put so much shadow. Actually, look good in blue or red. Oh hell no! Definitely blue. But actually, great. I'm stuck now. Oh wait, let me try to do what I did with Lisa then. See if that'll work. Change the hue. Oh no, not green. There we go. A little bit of red or whatever this color is. Now I feel something. See what color can do when you play with the hue? Even this, whatever blue shade this is, it ain't half bad. actually looks like an alien. But this is better in comparison to the original. The real problem, however, is no. The still doesn't work. Let me make all of this black instead. Oh, damn. I gotta. Uh, is not working. This is not working. Damn it. Even when I do this, it's better. Damn. Ew, no, 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 no. I don't approve of this. Oh, this does look better. I need to add something here. Some aesthetic things are missing. And it's those goth things. So, let's do this. If we can put some crosses. So, make this look like a little cemetery. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Now, what do you find on the ground at the cemetery? Skulls, bones. Tombstones. This is definitely more poppy and playful. seems to be better. Without color. Man, what a sad turn of events. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this. Uh, it just looked cooler as a sketch, I suppose. Hmm. Ouch. None of it. None of it just looks right. Looks fine in black and white. Man, there's no balance here. There's no balance of negative space. The contrast is fine, but there's no damn balance. New layer. You know what? It looks better like this. Or actually, let's do this. Man. Oh, yeah. What a disappointment. Okay. That's it, y'all. I don't know what else to do here. Maybe I'll come back to this some other time in my life. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, there we go. There we go. Looks like the problem might have been the actual black themselves. Whoops. No. Hmm. No. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I have no idea what to do. Kind of does feel like a waste of time sometimes. Like you work on something and you hope it comes out well. Like the illustration came out fine, but the fact that even in black and white, it just doesn't have any spark. Well, I suppose it kind of does, but not the way I wanted it. Not the way I wanted it. Oh, hey, welcome back, Olaf. Yeah, I am. I am lost as to how to finish this thing, so I'm just gonna hang it up. There was not much talking in today's live stream. I was just trying to get work done. Um, Dynasty 24, you prefer the black and white? Okay. I suppose, let me just add some red as it is right now. That's usually what I do anyway. Yeah, Olaf, bro, get to that work. You can't give the dry cleaners all your energy. So jump on that product, man. Okay. Let me just keep all the red here. Get rid of the rest. Oh. Now she's really looking like a vampire. In fact, I remember a long time ago, I would have done this a long time ago. There's a certain red color. I think it's this kind of red. It does work well with the theme. Ah, but yeah, I'm reaching. Anyway, let me remove all of this. Put this back. Yeah, it looks way better like this. Way better. Whoops. Okay. Whoops. Maybe I should make all of this red. Works well with the theme anyway. Bloody hell, vampires, blood. What do you know? It does work. Thanks, Dynasty 24. You helped me out here. Hmm. Okay, let me remove this though. See. Remove the eyeshadow. Seems like eyeshadow really just doesn't work. Okay. Well, I do like this one better than all the previous ones. But now I feel like there's too much red. If I remove this red, I'll actually keep the red at the eyes. Keep it subtle. Or the main problem is the red. Nah. The red is better, but let's see if I play with the hue. Yeah, there's no competition. Red seems to be essential. Oh, well, that was a happy accident. Mm. I've done something like this before in one cover. Uh, let's see if I can open it. From volume 3. Is it here? Oh boy. What? I don't have it. How do I not have it? That is nuts. Where is it? That was one of my best wallpapers I ever done. And I did put it on Instagram. But the fact that I don't have it here, that is a problem. It's gone. Oh well. Okay, guys. Thanks for watching. I'm a bit disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. I honestly am really disappointed that I don't know what the hell's going on here. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I mean, it looks fine, but fine is not what I was aiming for. I can be a perfectionist too sometimes. And I suppose right now is one of those days where I'm like, nah, this isn't good enough. When I leave it like this without any shading, it can make a very good cover. It actually can. But I'm still not satisfied. Oh well, y'all. Thanks again, and for all the support. Stay tuned for some Patreon stuff. Um, I'm just gonna go to bed now. Y'all keep working though. Y'all keep working. All right, peace.